all set to go. So I am live streaming this, but this is going to possibly be the recording of a submission type video for any of them cool charity marathons that people run games in. I am Gigabooma. I run Mucho Phantasy Star Online games. My specialty is this here, the Phantasy Star Online 3 Episode 3 Card Revolution, which is a long card-based RPG. Today I'm going to be running Dark Side. There's Hero Side and Dark Side. Hero Side takes about 3 to 4 hours. Dark Side can take hopefully under 4 eventually, but for now 4 to 4:30. In the eventuality that I get to attend a marathon, I'm making some backup saves. This game runs on a series of quests that you just keep running quest after quest, which is battle after battle, up until the final boss of the game. On Dark Side, there are 22 maps, and I am opting to have 3 backup saves that would occur, that would be placed in the story right after the 3 worst fights. Backup, More Grade, and Toward Truth. Backup has you saving an ally that is very suicidal. It's very hard to protect him against 2 other units. More Grade is a marathon of 3 matches back-to-back. What's up, Verlix? And Toward Truth 2 is a 1v2, where you have to fight 2 hunters. Today I'm going to get my safety save ready for Toward Truth 2, hopefully. I am going to... I'm coming in pretty cold. Haven't played Dark Side in a long time, but I got my notes. Should be fine. I got my Hero Side saves set up last week. How you doing, Verlix? I haven't caught you on in a while. Alright, so I'm going to start my timer like 30 seconds ahead of time, let's say. Because I already have these characters made, and I'm not going to bother... remaking them. It's going to make myself slow. This is intended to be a backup save anyway. Oh, I just look over at my time and realize I misremembered how long this is. How long my PB was. Apparently my Dark Side PB is 3 hours and 46 minutes. Alright. So, being a quest-based game, every time I load into the world, I'm going to be talking to that guy in the flashy red outfit. I'm going to be talking too much to our other friends. There we go. So I have my first quest. I'm going to turn on a bunch of viewing options, change the text speed to fast, and run over to the card counter. I'm going to be picking up an event card. This memory card happens to have Sonic Heroes game data on it, which allows me to get 3 bonus cards. Only one of which matters. The action card Beat. And that is going to help me possibly set up some very fancy almost one-hit kills later on. Alright, I need to add Beat and Slash and get rid of probably the Foys. I don't even remember. What do I get rid of? Probably lilies, honestly. I'll keep the foils. It's been so long. Yeah, I keep the foils because I'm still using break for now. So, outside of this one little tutorial that break is about to give me about how the quest thing works, this is going to be a series of battles where I just start off talking to Red up on the upper area. I usually will not bother changing my deck because that takes time. I'll walk over here, and I will select the next main quest, which will progress the story. This time it happens to be First Battle. And I'm going to beat up this hunter character called Silver. So, this is a tactics card RPG mashup, sequel to a third-person action online RPG game. We're rolling dice to see who goes first. She will. Every turn is baked into phases. I should have thrown that hand away. First off, dice phase. Each player, well, that player, will roll their dice for the turn. Attack dice are what you do, or how you spend to play cards, move your character around, and attack. And defense dice are purely for use on defense cards. Alright, so I'm going to let her walk all the way up to me right now. Because if I don't... So, my creature's positioning here is very important because she will likely approach 2 spaces and attack him. If I placed them to the side, she would have likely went left first, or right first. There we go. It's important to let the hunter characters get close to me because my creatures have a limit on how far I can spawn them. My side, my base side of the map is unlimited cost, but the closer you get to their spawn, the further away, or the lower cost creature you can play. Like starting right in front of the hunter's spawn row, I can only play a 1-cost creature. Next row out, I can play a 2-cost creature, and so on up until my back row. I'm going to be playing 4 or less cost creatures entirely anyway, but that's a fantastic hand to finish her off with. But there's a lot of situations that can extend the game, so that I would rather just have them closer so I don't have to bother spending time walking creatures towards them. I didn't have a defense card, unfortunately. So this is going to take 2 turns to finish up this map. Possibly more if I don't get a creature again. I really need a creature. So, the reason it's going to take some time is I need to attack and defeat all of a hunter's equipped items before... There's a Hildebeer. Before I can actually attack them. Every item I blow up does damage the character itself by 1. But ideally, I break off all of their items and then in the same combat phase, attack directly to their HP. That is how you... Alright, perfect. So I rolled a 6, which is enough to spawn Hildebeer and perform 2 attacks. So my character himself is going to swing, and the Hildebeer is going to swing, killing her. I know it's going to kill her this turn, because on the first 2 or 3 maps in the game, the enemies will not use defense cards on themselves. And that's one down. How you doing, Hawkseye? I'm making another backup save today, and trying to talk through this game as best I can. I should have chosen Green Pack. Green Pack would have allowed me the best chance at new action cards, but it's fine. I'll pick green next time. Alright, so now we're going to load back into, not the morgue, but whatever the Dark Side equivalent of the morgue is. It's just a palette swap. R base? I think it's R base. So I've talked to Red, got my quest, and I'm just going to run straight over to the quest counter and accept it. How was my day? Pretty good. Pretty good. Can't complain. My department was surprisingly cleaned up before I got there. I'm so used to having to clean up after everyone else's mess that it was nice to see that my mess was dealt with before I got there. Okay. Next map, we are going to be fighting Kronz this time. Kronz, like Silpher, only has 2 movement, so he'll only be approaching me 2 spaces a turn at maximum. Downside, Kronz is also going to have guns, so he's not going to approach if he can shoot from farther away. Worst case scenario, I watch him place a rifle on. Okay, he has an LMK, which only has 2 spaces of range to it. Okay, I rolled way too good, so I'm going to put that boomer there, but I'm also going to move this evil shark up and attack with it. I'm risking that he's not going to move next turn, but I'm also kind of fishing for our Hildebeer. Hildebeer, the 4-cost creature that I played last match, is incredibly reliable. He's got a ton of HP, a ton of power, and he naturally can hit 3 spaces in front of him. Every other creature I have in my starting deck is only going to be able to hit directly in front of them. Yeah, he just equipped and he's not moving. Oh, he was attacking twice. Oh well. Yeah, a little bit rusty. I probably should not have thrown the... Oh, there's a Hildebeer. Perfect. So I'm going to place the Hildebeer here. And I'm going to just sit back and see what he does. If he goes straight for my Booma and myself, that's fine. If he goes for the Huecast, that's also fine. My job, my skill in this run is determining how best to use my dice to kill the opponent as fast as possible. Clearly there's a... Oh, well. Unfortunately, he equipped a shot, which is going to make him stay 1 space further back than any other option. but we'll still get there. Alright, I need to move kind of a lot this turn. Yeah. There was no great way to do this. I'm killing the LNK just because that has a slight chance to paralyze, and I do not want my Hildebeer paralyzed. Oh my god. So he might step back. Yeah, he is. Kind of worst case scenario. He's just shooting a lot from really far back. Early in the game, you also have very little defense cards to work with. I think there's only 5 in the base deck. Where a normal... Oh, that's a really low roll, too. There is no good way to cost this. Yeah, I would have used the defense card to keep the Booma alive, but I didn't have the opportunity. I didn't have a defense card on that turn. And Reduce wouldn't have gotten there anyway. I would have needed any of the other defense cards in the deck. Well, my Hildebeer is going to die next turn, unfortunately. The best I can hope for this turn... Oh, I... See, I'm rolling really low. I'm going to kill 2 items and then not be able to save him from dying next turn, likely. The first few maps have a dice roll of 3 through 6. So the minimum any dice can roll is 3, the highest your turn's dice can roll is 6. I rolled a 4-3 in the past 2 turns, so I rolled just above the minimum twice in a row. It is not as punishing as later matches where you can roll a 1-1 and completely lose out your turn, almost. But it still hurts. It's also, like, insulting that I just rolled a 7-7 now that I have a dice bonus, but my creature's already dead. Alright, we need to blow up this shield. It's not a real run anyway. So I need to do some quick math. Breaks 3 AP and the boom is 3 AP. Will be enough to break the shield. Keeping the slash around to use on the Ragrappy next turn. Yeah, the first few maps on Hero Side and Dark Side can be pretty painful. Just from the opponents having spammy decks. I'm sure the thought was to give your starting enemies weaker items, like handguns and lilies. Like they all only have 1 through 3 cost cards. But when you're rolling so high that your minimum dice roll is 3, they are guaranteed to play something to annoy you every single turn. It's going to be a extremely low chance that they're going to be caught without anything to play. Alright, so we're going to slash with the claw. I'm going to slap with the booma, and we're going to do 1 damage with the rappy. You would be able to start out with Nano Dragon if you have a PSO Episode 1 and 2 save on your GameCube card. It's not a card I would use here, because Nano Dragon is a 5-cost creature, and he does not start powerful. He's a very slow creature. As he kills things, he gets stronger, which is cool in a normal game, but because I'm attempting to go fast, as much as Kronz is fighting me over it. Hildebears are fantastic for going fast, because all of their power is really front-loaded, and they can survive a hit or two. And I'll be looking out for a few key creature cards later in the game. Alright, he'll be dead this turn. Hildebear is overkill. I have 3. Yeah, he won't spawn close enough to matter anyway. It's going to be claw attack. He really can't be dead this turn because I don't have any actions. Unfortunately. Yeah, this is very unfortunate that my Rappy and my Claw couldn't add up to kill it at all. Well, yeah. Yeah, the second map went very poorly just from him backing up so much and the first Hildebear dying very quickly. If I had another Hildebear, I would have attempted to bait him back down, but he was already way up there, and all I had was small creatures anyway. Sometimes the game will do everything in its power to slow you down, but on Dark Side, it is an inevitability that you will kill the enemy. Because everything you're killing that they're equipping does do 1 damage directly to the enemy. When playing Hero Side, while it technically is a faster world record, it's much less consistent because killing an Arx's creatures does not make the opponent lose any HP. And it's very hard to get yourself out of what I call creature locks, board locks, where the opponent is a spammy type deck. They can just play 2 creatures a turn, or even 1 creature a turn in certain maps where that's all they need to block you off, and just turn after turn stop you from being able to approach the actual target and kill them. So, I'm going to remember to pick the green pack this time, because I want more defense cards as early as possible. Third Foy is good. Third Zonde is alright. No defense cards, though. Really soon I'm going to switch over to picking blue packs, because they have a higher chance for creature cards. And there are a few creatures that I would love to add to my deck as soon as I get them. Red slimes are the absolute best thing I could start finding. And I believe that can start happening after this match. Red slimes are brokenly good offline. Their stats are enormous, and they have 2 cost-saving abilities. One to play extra copies of itself for free from your hand, and one that it just moves for free. You can move around the map without spending any points. Alright, so we're fighting Silpher again, except this time she can use defense cards, I'm pretty sure. I don't believe I explicitly mentioned it, but being that I'm playing the Dark Side story, I will be playing Ark's characters the whole time, and I'll be fighting Hunter characters the whole time. Vice versa for the Hero Side run. Hero Side is faster, yes. One of the reasons for it is that they almost never will be blocking off their HP pool, as long as you can approach them. If you can run in and get to the Arcs, only guard creatures can stop damage from coming directly to them. Hunters, however, are constantly equipping items that will act as shields every time. So I rolled well, except this is a poor hand. I am going to do a bunch of stuff to the slicer. I'm going to keep the long arm in case I want to use that range on break. Silpher's going to walk into slicer range again, annoyingly. Alright, let's go Wolf there. Move you up. Move you up. And I'll attack with the Booma, which might kill it. And then I will long arm with the Savage Wolf. Okay. Once defense cards start being able to be used, I'm going to be attacking in very particular orders. If I can manage to kill items in the least amount of swings possible, that is in my interest. I'll also be attempting to bait out the opponent into using defense cards when I want them to. The enemy AI will only ever defend the first attack coming at it that it is capable of defending. And every attack after that is free game. You know it's going to hit. Okay. We got good stuff this turn. I'm going to kill it, probably. Kill it, probably. Kill her, maybe? No, I don't have that much damage. Yeah, she's going down to 10 HP here, and then I'm going to be doing... Wait, I have 4 TP. Yeah. She's going to be at 1, so she'll die next turn, no matter what she puts on. So I cast the spell all the way at the end, just to guarantee that it was gonna hit her directly. I did both of my creature attacks first, in case she did defend. At least one of them would be able to kill the 1 HP item she was holding. And then I just skip everything because I have more than enough damage going through right now to kill her. I would say she can use defense cards. She just didn't. Alright, that's the third map over. Yeah, with how many layers of RNG are present in this game between the dice, your deck shuffling, and the enemy AI, it does get wildly variable in how fast it can take to finish a match. But there's definitely an upper end, especially on Dark Side. So even though I'm 11 minutes behind right now, I don't take that to mean a whole ton. Also, I did get in a third copy of Dodge out of that pack, so I might hold off on green now. I want to start picking blue packs as soon as I can to try and get a red slime. Okay, before we do this match, we have some new characters. And I am now going to go make a deck for the character I'm going to play for the rest of the run. Rufina. Rufina is a Uniworld that has Slicer range, a solid 3 AP, and most importantly, she has an ability that will double the attack value of any... Oh, I got another guard too at some point. Double the attack value of any action card that she uses. Which is great. It's really good. It's a really good ability. I didn't change the story character. Let's do that now. There's Rufina. I'm also going to order the deck. Because at certain points in the game, you'll have to use an unshuffled deck. So you need to bring in a pre-stacked set of cards, which is a pretty unique feature, I feel, in a game like this. Normally, a card game would never ask you to bring a stacked deck. Okay. Now we're going to use this Rufina deck for the next 4 matches. Afterwards, we will make one more character deck that we are forced to use. Yes, I'm going to be using a combination of Rufina, Rise, Endu, and one more match with Break. Okay, so this is Lost Rappy. This match can be a real pain. HPs are lower than normal, and dice are stuck at rolling from between 2 to 4. So chances are I won't be able to play the Hildebeer I just drew, but we'll see. If I can, fantastic. No, I cannot. I'm going to just walk into my attack range and swing. your personal character as on the arc side is a valuable attacker, even though they are your HP pool, and things can get a little hazy. I did draw lower costed creatures, so we'll see how the dice roll out next turn. A shield is good. Okay. Now this is actually fantastic. She cannot... she can't threaten me that much right now, since she only put a shield on. Alright, how many creatures am I going to get to play? 4, 6. I am going to summon my Hildebear. This will be worth the investment. I'm going to toss everything except for this claw. A second one would not be worth the investment, but this first one I'll be able to, with 3 points, walk up and... Oh, okay, she's moving toward it. Saving me effort. Thanks, game. The AI makes some questionable decisions sometimes, but usually they're attempting to move, like, out of your range, not into it. So the Hildebear is going to approach. And he's going to absolutely demolish this shield. He literally has a card called Guard. He has an ability called Guard Demolisher. Makes him do 50% extra damage to shields. Yeah, Caloria is being helpful. It literally demolishes guards. Yeah, she's playing along this match. This is another reason I wasn't too concerned about being behind on time, because I will find ways to save it if I'm lucky. Alright, so I'm going to set nothing. I'm going to blow up this shield. If I can, there we go. And then I'm going to blow up her health. This will kill her. Rufina will double the value on Slash, so it's giving her 4 AP, and she's dead. This is why picking up Beat was very important, because Beat is an action card that adds 5 AP. You haven't seen me use it yet, but when Rufina uses Beat, I am attacking for 13 damage. Which is usually enough to almost one-shot my enemies. So I just picked up a third Hildebear. That's good. Yeah, I don't know what was in Kyloria's mindset there to just go attempt to 1v1 a bear, but joke's on her. I jumped in and made it a 2v1. And yeah, time for more backups. I do think it's ironic that my first backup save is right after the map called Backup. I and Pico can feel that irony. It's too bad I didn't get that Hildebear like right before this match, because I'm not going to be editing my deck for a good while. That's the wrong one. There we go. Okay, so this is the first team battle that I'm going to have to endure. So on the upside, I only have to kill one of them. On the many downsides, I have to deal with basically a third enemy, in the fact that Endu is not going to be helpful. He's going to place creatures in my way. He's going to, like, spam some stuff. And because there are 2 enemies, they have the power of anime. The power of anime is my worst enemy in this game. They can just, in the middle of an attack, cutscene in and either boost their allies' damage or completely block an attack that would have hit their ally. It's insane. Hopefully it doesn't happen. We'll find out. He's already spamming. Like, directly where I would want to be, too. I guess I'll go after Taifu. Who put on that barrier? Was it Viviana? It was. There is no amount of planning to really use the AI to my advantage, or my ally AI. I just kind of have to hope that they do something helpful. There's a lot of times where I would have wished for them to attack second and like let me bait a defense card out or 2, and it just doesn't work out. My best hope... Ooh, they rolled very low. Taifu, who didn't equip anything last turn, rolled a 1-1, so he definitely didn't put anything on this turn. This is great. It means I might be able to get a good chunk of damage in on him. Let's see. I have a long arm and I have a slash. And I rolled a 6. So this is what's going to happen. I'm going to place an Evil Shark here. And we are going to go... We're going to let the Recon bait for us. Fantastic. We're going to slash with the Booma, and we're going to foy with the Evil Shark. And we're going to say, please, mama, no anime. If no anime, we actually got out of this super fast. Nice. Alright, we're in. So, normally this map takes like 20 minutes, rather than whatever that just was. So, that's cool. I can save some time. Banime. Yeah, it's not an E rank. We're not playing online. We don't have to deal with Eternal looking like E rank. Well, that went very well. Normally they both tank up so much that I question whichever one I'm attempting to attack and try to switch to the other one. Taifu literally couldn't play a card. Tell Tile to give you what you want. Tile is going to pound you into a tiny cube. Tile doesn't play by the rules. He teased you with the other 7 drops. But now that you need the 8th, it's not going to happen. Alright, Research 1. This is just yet another fight with Silpher. You fight Silpher a lot on Dark Side. But at least this is a match in Tower of Calum, which is a really cool area. Change. Oh, that went from mediocre to bad. She's equipped up and she's not going to move. If the enemy goes first, they never move anyway. It would be best if I went first every time, but that's literally a coin flip and I can't control it. I'm going to place Evil Shark here so she doesn't move sideways. I'm not going to be able to save his life. I have a dodge. If she doesn't play a mag, I can save his life. She played a mag. Alright. Well, he's going to be dead. Oh, she still went left. Alright, well, I tried to bait her into the center, but she's acting a type of way. I'm going to place... You know what, we can just start. We rolled high enough that I can just go in. He'll move up. Savage Wolf, and attack with the claw. Alright, she didn't defend, so we're killing 2 items. Starting the process. I'll keep everything here. Hildebear, you're too late. You could have been useful a few turns ago. Bar Joseph has stolen so many things from you. Oh, well, he's dead no matter what. Remember, Bar Joseph might steal that that Equinox Night aspect when you finally get it. Alright, so I'm going to slash with the shark on the mag, and then kill the Madhu this way. I'm overkilling the mag, just in case she had a dodge. I'm doing the mental math so that even if I can't bait a defense card out, I can at least overkill enough so that no matter what defense card she could have played, I can guarantee not having to worry about it. Since she only had 1 point of defense, it was a guaranteed thing. Now she's got the pots and pans. Got another mag. I get to block this. So... I rolled very well. We're going to move the shark. We're going to move the shark here. I'm going to move Rafina into normal attack range. We're going to attempt to kill the mag. We're going to make sure the mag is dead. And then we're going to foy the cookware. Yeah. So, because I only had 3 attacks this turn anyway, I couldn't guarantee one getting through to her. But I've at least sequenced my attacks properly enough that all of her items will die. Next turn, I'll likely be able to one-shot her. Wait. Oh no! Okay, so... I did some bad math in that sequence, and somehow I thought the foy was going to do 6 damage. But that's fine. It only has 1 HP. is unfortunate. And I rolled very poorly. I'm going to move right next to her. I'm going to overkill the cookware and kill the mag. Yeah. Alright, now she's empty-handed, and now I should be able to finish her off next turn. Alright, that's only a mag. So ideally I'll get to play this claw. Ooh. It's a good thing I had that guard. Ideally I'll have enough points to play the claw, attack with it, attack with the wolf, to guarantee the mag being dead, and then beating with Rufina to finish her off. And I can do that. Alright. Claw's coming in. You. And she's dead. And you'll get to see the glory of Rufina plus beat. A match made in damage. The downside to beat being so strong is that it makes you lose in-match experience, which is irrelevant to me because I'm just trying to blaze through them as quick as possible. In-match experience is used for dice bonuses to make sure you can roll better later in the match. But hopefully, dice bonuses aren't even going to happen. If I'm lucky, I will ignore dice bonuses. Alright, we got a split boost, which is kind of okay. Cannabin, kind of okay. It's a creature I'll consider adding. Okay, this next match is the first no-shuffle match that I will have to deal with. We slightly ordered our deck earlier. Really, we just copied the default deck and made a few changes, but we also made sure to put both of my Hildebears right at the front. So I could guarantee have them at the start of matches like this. Oh, hello. Thank you for that Twitch Prime subscription, Thread Arrow. I do appreciate it. I don't know about you guys, but that gave me like a crazy grinding sound when that first started going. The gears on my subscription noise haven't been driving in a while. I didn't know what that noise was. What is this? What is this first? Subscribed for 8 months. Founder. I guess you're a founder in this channel now? Because I see that fancy tag sitting over there. Play him on a bear. I don't really want to give her ammunition, so I'm just gonna sit right here. I want her to walk 2 spaces forward to attack me. Yeah, that's cool. That's a cool appreciation for anyone that's been around for a long time.
Defense.
I dig it.
Change. Dice.
Okay,
Set.
so she didn't move, attack, beat. She didn't
Move.
play anything else. So I'm going to attempt a quick kill. It's not going to work, but I'm going to attempt it.
Defense.
And there's the defense. Yep. If she didn't have that dodge in hand, which she was almost guaranteed to have, the match would have just been over.
Draw.
So it was worth the shot, either way.
Change. Defense. Change. Dice. Set.
Alright, with this turn, we're going to play a Hildeberry behind me. Weird place, I know.
Action.
But we're going to get to long arm with it. And we'll swing with the other one.
Defense.
Just to guarantee this shield dies. Guess it wasn't much of a guarantee, because she could have blocked enough, but that major half guard is kicking in and making it more difficult.
Draw.
Alright, get rid of the shark. I only need one slash.
Change.
There we go. Assuming she doesn't move backwards, the Hildebear behind me can foy at least. Red handgun's not too bad. Playing another dice +1 is even better.
Defense.
Oh my god. Coming in with the gun. Gun attack. Okay, so between a foy, slash, and the other Hildebear.
Set.
Ooh, yeah, that's just enough
Action.
to pull this off. I'm gonna go ahead and start with slashing Rufina. If she doesn't have a defense point, then the gun dies. Yeah, she's using a reduction. Oh well. So it's gonna take 2 hits to kill the gun anyway. In hindsight, I should have cast the foy first, because that's gonna do slightly less damage. Yeah.
Draw. Change.
But with 2 Hildebears, I'm at least going to be able to mostly consistently break all of her items every turn.
Defense.
Please don't roll 6. Okay. So that's mainly an annoying little time loss, where at the beginning of my turn, I'm now going to have to see tiny little cutscenes about the acid damage my Hildebears are taking.
Change. Dice. Set.
Alright, we're going to move second Hildebear up into normal slash range. And we're just gonna go in. And she's likely, if she has a defense card, she lives. Okay. Okay. Yeah, if I had ordered the the earlier Foy better, she would have been dead right there.
Change.
Yeah, she's stalling me out here. Oh, this is unfortunate.
Defense.
Ooh. At least I have enough defense cards to keep my Hildebears alive. But man, if my Hildebears had died just then, things were looking a little slow to breaking her last life away.
Change. Dice.
Alright. We have 2 dice plus 1s out and a dice bonus. I better not roll low.
Send.
Alright. So, everyone's just gonna step up, do the same thing, and this time she is going to die.
Action.
Attack. Attack. Boy.
Defense.
Yeah, she was well stocked this game. She didn't mess around. Not many characters' decks will hold out between 2 sets of bully arms for this many turns. Okay, we are going to be making a new deck. I'm going to try for a blue pack one last time. We are not going to get a red slime. So I need to make a Rise deck. I don't believe this one is not a map where I'm forced to use Rise, but she just happens to be a good idea. There will be... No, I don't think she's forced either way. Anyway, Rise has the ability Pierce. Pierce has the very coveted effect of attacking directly to a story character's health, ignoring the items that a hunter has equipped. Unfortunately, while that is a fantastic ability, that I don't have too many ways to abuse that at the start of a game. There she is. But we are going to use it here because the next match has a very annoying story character called Salagun. And Salagun has low rank half guard. Low rank half guard makes it so all of the characters that I even have available to play right now outside of Hildebear do half damage to her directly. Okay. I don't need to snipe, that's a little memey. I guess I'll put Savage Wolves out because they're HP dudes. Claws are useful too. I don't need 3 long arms. While I'm here, I'm going to update Rufina to slap in that 3rd Hildebear. I'll take out the Barbarous Wolf now. I'll add a Cannabin instead of an Eel Shark. And the Split Boost is for cool kids, so we're going to use that too. I'm going to go ahead and take all the text out of this deck. Yeah, sure. Whatever. Let's go. Actually, no. I'm trying to remember what my trying to remember what my Lookout Knight strategy was for Dark Side. Who do I fight that with? Rufina? I do. Do I go in with teching Hildebears? Was that my strat? I'll deal with it right before that fight. Yeah, Verilix, we're running 2 split boost in here. This is for backup strats. We can run Mimi cards. Yeah. Intruder. Okay, so not only is Salagun the enemy in this deck, but the HP is also lowered again to a base of 10. So we're only going to have to attempt to deal 10 total damage to Salagun, which makes Rise's Pierce a lot more plausible. This is actually an amazingly good deck that Salagun has here. It has a lot of just solid offensive abilities and ways to ruin the small creatures you have access to so far. So she is likely to spend an entire turn bulking up. Red Saber. There's the first part of the pain right there. Just like her own body, Red Saber has low rank half guard. It also has 8 HP, so that thing is going to be almost impossible for my deck to kill. We're just going to do our best to ignore it. I'm not going to play any other creatures right now. I'm just going to sit here and wait for her to get closer. Keep all of that for now. Unfortunately, she's bulking up even more. Ravana has weak hit block, so even though it looks like a 1 HP item, it's actually basically immortal. Attacks need to be landing with 4 or more damage in order to actually deal any damage. Alright, come on in. You don't need to put anything else on. Alright, she even stopped farther away to slash the claw. And that's the AI behavior I remember. At least looking like you're attempting to be safe. So, I'm not actually going to even attack her right now. I'm just going to push forward a little bit. Because I have 2 slashes in my hand, I'm going to try and give myself a position where I can slash her without being in immediate danger myself. Because while she only has 9 HP with her attack modifier, I only have 10 myself, and she is quite strong. If I draw a long arm, that'll be perfect. I did not. I left 2 in the deck, just in case. Yeah, that's another one of the reasons I'm being extra careful about where I'm placed. Oh my god. Because mech guns will naturally pierce through to the second tile past the attacker. And she uses stab in that deck, which is another way to do that. So if I was positioned right behind my guy there, I actually would have been shot that turn. So we're going to block you off. I'm going to inch... I'm going to inch him closer. The downside here is that I'm about to give her a dice bonus, and I haven't drawn exactly what I want to start this process. I'm going to go ahead and poke at her hand, see if she has a defense card for this mech gun. Oh, I should have used the wolf. It actually could have killed it with Minor Slayer. Ah, well. Slight chance of killing it next turn, then. Alright, so she's going to kill something. And there is a slight chance I can play a Hildebeer after that. Okay, so that's another chaotic attack. Both of those characters are just dead. She's going to get extra dice, but... yeah, this is an unfortunate amount of danger I'm in. Alright, we're going to play the Hildebeer. Right here. If I'm lucky, she'll approach instead of just shooting the mech gun from right there. I'm not banking on being lucky. And see, now that I'm out of position, I have a long arm. Let's see. Walk into my slash range. Be nice. Oh no, she's walking into mech gun range instead. Well, I'm going to dodge on myself. And there goes 3 of my 10 total HP. Savage Wolf is dead. Okay, well this isn't the worst positioning. I did roll a 4. So I'm going to walk the Hildebeer up. Because I don't want to put us in chaotic or stab range. I'm actually going to bait with my character there and slash the red saber away. Yeah. So even though she's the one with Pierce, I knew she wasn't going to do enough damage to matter this turn, so she was the bait, so he can get rid of the very dangerous red saber. He's the only character in this deck that doesn't have, isn't half-guarded with it. Alright, I tossed a bunch of stuff. Thankfully, I drew a guard. That's all I really cared about there. Musashi is not cool because she's going to hit both of us now. She actually has the chaotic range. Yeah. Just block as much of this against me as I can. Hildebeer is chunky enough to live 1 hit. And now we are in the absolute best position for me to attack with the Hildebeer and then do big damage on split boost. Maybe, I hope you're watching Verilix. Alright, so we're going to kill that mech gun. Attack, split, here we go. Roll the dice. It's time to roll the dice. It fooled me with that 6. I thought we had her. Alright, so she has 3 HP left. I'm going to throw everything away and hope for a defense card. Alright, I have a reduce. Probably not enough to save my life. Let's see how bad she goes. Ooh, that's 2 attacks. That's 2 attacks.
Defense.
Welp. If I'm lucky, she turned to the side on the mech gun. She didn't turn to the side. Okay. Well, that's what I get. Alright, so we're gonna try that match again. This match really is a pain. Like, I considered this match as one of the ones I would want a backup save for, but literally the quest to backup is 2 maps after this, and I would very much prefer having a save after backup. Because as bad as this map is, backup is even worse. Normally, that map goes slightly better, and I have more opportunities to line up some attacks with her already. The opportunities were few and far between. Yes, backup is exactly that map you're thinking of. Worst map in the game. Well, we have a Hildebear. If we're lucky, we'll be able to play it. Oh, she has no items. It's really too bad that I don't have a cheap creature to play this turn. Oh, I even had a Hildebear. She took a hand with no items to equip, and she might not have drawn into any. What do we got? Oh, she has a Red Saber. She didn't roll high enough to play the Red Saber last turn. I may as well long arm the Red Saber.
Action. Defense.
Yeah, me not seeing her play anything at the start, she was probably holding more than 1 Red Saber even. Just for the trolls. It's like Typhoon never got to put anything on in the first team match. Unfortunately, she had 2 turns, and the second one she did roll the 4.
Dice. Set.
Okay. So this is dangerous.
Action.
I'm going to assault the Musashi, because I don't want to get... that's very unfortunate. I would prefer to not get hit twice with the Musashi next turn. She's probably going to come at me and attack twice. Oh, she only rolled a 2-2. So this is all she can do. That's fine then. It doesn't help that they gave her a very good deck for this. Especially for not being able to roll that high. Alright, I'm going to inch up one more time. I'm trying to give myself enough possibility to have the Hildebeer attack and me get to beat with Salagun on the same turn. Or beat with Rise. I'm mixing these two's names up too much. I realize they're both Yuka Seals, but come on. Alright, she is slashing us, of course. As much as I value my own life, I need to guard the Hildebeer just for the chance of my plan working or not. Yeah, so I'm down at 3 HP, but if I'm very lucky and roll a 4, it might not matter. Alright. So, we step up. We attack with you and beat with you. This is going to leave her at 1 HP. And as long as I cannot die, I'll throw everything away that isn't a defense card. I can kill her next turn. I have a dodge that's probably not enough to save my life. I have another dodge. Still can't save my life. We'll see. If she puts on anything with a decent amount of power, I'm gonna be dead. Oh, she only put a Ravana on. This is fine. My dodge will save me. Oh. You know, she used the slash to do, in the end, 3 damage. She could have done that same 3 damage and killed me again, but she chose to attack the Hildebeer. So, I mean, cool, I guess. I'll take it. Alright, well, I'm gonna split attack this fucking Ravana, and it's gonna get demolished. Goodbye, Ravana. So we made it through. This AI is not smart. Give me that E rank. Okay, time for Break's last appearance as we go fight Silpher for the 4th time. At least we don't have to see Silpher again up until Morgrade. Yeah, so this match, we still have that break deck because it is required to send break on this particular plot quest. Because the hero side main character is the amnesiac trope. And Break is the bad boy who she had a history with, but she didn't know. Okay. Only caveat about this map is that there's no deck loop. Meaning that once a card has been discarded, it is not cycling back into my deck. So I'm going to hold on to cards a little more judiciously than I usually do. Perfect. Let's play this Hildebear. Hey. Alright, she's moving over. So because I have a dodge, I think I'm going to be fine with this. I'm giving her the opportunity to walk straight in and attack my wolf. She'll probably take it. And I'm very well equipped to attack her afterwards. Okay, well, I mean, you can do that too. That's fine. You can live your own life. I'm honestly about to just stand still. Oh, that's unfortunate. Alright, so the wolf is dead. I mean, I invited that outcome last time. I just assumed it was going to live. I was wrong. So what we're going to do. We got a lot of dice. We got a lot of points. We're gonna get right in. And I don't have a tech. I'm going to stay where I am so I can slash with Break. We're going to absolutely make sure that her weapon is destroyed, and then we're going to take care of the Ravana. Seven o'clock. Did we have something happening at 7? Or is there like a dev stream I'm missing out on? Okay, I should have tossed that long arm. Okay. I'll bring that up on the side, just cause. I'll take the Twitch drops while I'm also on Twitch. Are they not live yet? I don't see them yet. Alright, so she just... I'm just looking at my follow list. I'm going to wait. We are going to attack this, and maybe it'll work. And then we'll assault here, and that should kill the other one. There we go. Now they're in my follow list. And back over to my other thing. Alright, so we are in a fantastic situation. She is only going to be able to do so much now that she has to equip every turn.
Defense.
Dodge. And as long as I roll decently, she can die this next turn.
Chain. Ice. Set.
Okay. Does that work out? It doesn't exactly work out. We're gonna move.
Action.
We're gonna kind of bait, and we're gonna kind of not bait. Then we're gonna boogly split boost. All right. Well, I slashed on break just in case he was getting through to guarantee the kill, but since she did have a defense card, it's gonna be up to the dice. 4 more. 4 more. Give me the coin flip. Yeah. There you go, Verelix. Split boost redeemed itself. Got that buh rank. B for boost. Panarm's Hilda Blue is funny. What's up, Magic Moose? Yeah, I've been busy over the past few months. I always think about this game though, so you know I gotta come back. Past few weeks we've had some online matches on Hack. I streamed some of them. Server's been making some good progress. Alright, we are on the cusp of the worst map in the game, Backup. Last time I was in a team match, I mentioned that the AI is very unreliable on your side. This time, I'm going to have to deal with an AI that is practically suicidal. His deck contains cards that can hit himself and kill his own creatures. And he starts way the hell up at the front of the map. Yeah, the American PSO2 is going to, because that was like somehow paid for and brought over by Microsoft, it's going to be exclusive to Xbox One for a few months. So we're going to have to wait a little longer for the PC version. And I couldn't tell you at all if the other console versions are getting localized. Okay, I have a Hildebear. That doesn't really mean anything. Pico can kind of kill himself on this map, whether I have anything to say about it or not. I'm going to play a Claw up here. It doesn't look like Pico is going to have anything to play for himself, because he is just so helpful. I'm going to keep these. As many, like, tiny little distractions as I can put up there as possible to give the opponents something else to hit that isn't Pico. Oh no. They're trying. And it's yet another map where you can only roll 2 to 4. Also, look at that. Look at that beautiful creature placement on Pico's side. Just like behind him to the right. The complete opposite of where he should be going. You think Pico's trying to be like Doom Guy? You give him too much credit. No, instead of like someone who's raiding hell, seeming suicidal, no, he's actually just suicidal. He dies the most pathetic deaths, not the most metal ones. Oh, hello. Coming for me. Pico. At least Pico had a oh my god. No, anime, please. Anime, no. This attack was a whirlwind of emotions already. I was surprised I was getting attacked. I was getting attacked. Then Pico came in with the assist to actually block some damage, and then Taifu showed up with the anime and said, "No, you're taking damage." Okay. I really want to Hildebear out now that I've hit a 4. This is an investment in our future. Of course you're using Madness. So this is one of those suicidal cards I was telling you about. He just killed my claw and hit himself in the face. Because that's what he thinks is a good idea. Speaking of Doom Guy, have any of you guys seen footage from Doom Eternal? That game actually looks really sick. Like 2016 Doom was great, but the game is almost like Metroid Prime-ish, but the controls are going to be way better. It's like platforming and stuff. Do I still Keyforge? I still want to Keyforge. I haven't made it to like any events, but like it's in my heart. Kind of like this game is in my heart, but more tangible because what are you doing? You just moved that Govolmer in front of me last turn. Pico, please. Ugh, that stupid fork. Yeah, I really want to go pick up a deck of the most recent set, since it replaced 2 of the houses. I have not gone to do that yet, but I intend to. Possibly, possibly tomorrow after work, because I would love to bring it up to my friend's lake house. Because I still know other people who own Keyforge decks, and they will likely have them with them. Yeah, Keyforge is really fun. I just don't have the opportunity to play it that often. Supposed to announce another set soon? That's exciting. I feel like I've been so busy that Keyforge still has just come out, but it's already had 3 sets. It's not quite that fresh, even though in my brain it is. Alright, you have 2 Govolmers. Send them after 2 different targets, at least. I am going to throw this Cannabin over here. That's fine. I'm going to move myself closer. And swing with the Hildebear one more time. March and November is going to be their time frame. That's cool. I can get along with that. Alright, so Pico hasn't taken face damage apart from himself. So that's good. Oh, no, why did I have to say it? Oh no, she doesn't have any more points. This can be fine. This is going to be fantastic. Death Companion is going to trigger. This is the entire reason, by the way, that I put Cannabin in this deck. Because anytime I can get Death Companion to trigger, it can remove an item on defense phase, which is amazing. I can't really capitalize on it with him over there, but I did get rid of the Victorex. Okay, unfortunately, Viviana ran away from me. I suppose I'll spend this turn moving. Oh, Pico moved! What is happening? Guess we'll do this. Oh yeah, we're ganging it. We're ganging up on you. Yeah, this is fine. My Hildebear will break the shield. I'll get 3 damage through. Yeah, he moved. He moved 1 space. I'm so proud of him. Alright, toss that. Keep the guard, keep the slash. And we'll see what happens. Taifu has access to Pico, but thankfully he doesn't have a strong weapon on right now. Oh, he's getting closer. Ooh, he's getting barded. That's not fun. That's the only tech that she could have hit him with right now. Sorry, Pico. I can't stop them from bullying you right now. Let's see here. I could reasonably change targets to Taifu now. Ooh, even more reasonably. Yeah, I'm going to get 3 attacks against him, and Pico's probably going to have 2. I'm honestly just hoping Pico doesn't... what's my perspective right now? I need Pico not to... Madness. That's all that matters. Alright, he threw his 2 damages out. I couldn't exactly guarantee on whatever he was doing, so I swung with the Hildebear first. Then the Claw is going to kill the Mag, and Rufina is going to do 3 damage. And we have effectively trapped him for a minute. We'll see if he can recover. I'm just going to keep all this. I'm in a good position for it. Divinity Barrier, never what you want to see, but it's here. That is an unfortunate foy. Yeah, he's gonna die unless Pico has a protection. Yeah, he doesn't. Nice. Well, Taifu is low enough that I can play another Hildebear right next to him, given the opportunity. That seems like an opportunity. Oh no! Why? I'm just trying to help you.
Action.
Alright, so... I mean, the Hildebeer will still do 4 damage to the shield, which is more than other things would. So I suppose I'll still swing with it. And then just myself. Wait, Major Halfguard works against story characters. Probably should have used the Claw. It's not going to die either way. Oh, the Rag Rappy's getting in. Never mind, the Claw could have killed it. Silence that Barava. Oh, Pico's in too. It's fine. Pico's poking his way to victory. This is how strong Divinity Barrier is, by the way. It's taking like 5 attacks to get rid of this thing. Major Halfguard is kinda good. Alright, now he has an Imperial Pick. Viviana is free to throw attacks, and it's at me? Oh, she's meleeing me. That's fine. We can do this. I would much rather her melee me than attack at Pico. That's a lot of targets. Pico's almost dead. Okay. Alright. Where is that recon? Not in the way. Where is that Rag Rappy? In the way. You don't want to just like move the Rappy or something? Just inch it over. Just push it to the side. Well, I was gonna try and get Rafina next to him to do actual damage, but Pico is his own worst enemy. As painful as it is, the best option I have is to attack Slash with the Hildebeer and just do a normal swing at Taifu again. I would have been able to move the Hildebeer over, move Rafina in, slash with Rafina for 7 damage, and use an action card on the Hildebeer. And yeah, the AI will always spam their options out faster than you can. Pico would just rather try and win this with Rag Rappies and his fists. Killed an Ice Staff. Alright, so Pick is dead, and then I'm going to do 3 damage again. So Taifu and Pico are both at 6 HP. I'm going to throw away everything except for Beat. I did not get any defense cards. Not for myself or him. That's a Victorax. That's bad news. Oh, he's running away. Huh. Hopefully he's attacking the Rag Rappy to get it going again. Oh my god, it's still there. Well, I'm going to take this opportunity then to spawn a creature above him so he can't come back. You can't come back. I'm just going to walk the Hilda-Bear around the Rappy that is in the way. I'm going to swing twice. At the moment, at least Taifu is trapped away from Pico, but I'm hoping Viviana doesn't draw a Zonde, or else she can just kill him. Now I won't be able to say anything about it. I really didn't want to see a second Victorex go into his hands, but here we go. Jesus. Oh, Pico's got something for me. Hey. Protection. At this point, I'm just glad that they even put defense cards into Pico's deck. It's the only illusion of it not just being a pile of trash. Okay, I'm now very worried for Pico because he's not blocked off. Alright, is that... That is not in a good place. Alright, cool. How do I want to play this? I can move down and long arm with 2. And still have 4 left. Yeah. I can also play the Booma to have a 3rd attack, and then... Well, Pico's already unblocked from... Oh, no. Oh, this is interesting now. In the interests of keeping Pico safe, I'll stay right here. We're going to Booma. We're going to slash with the Booma on that, see if it dies. And we're going to beat with the Hilda-Bear, which will kill the second axe. And I'll attack her because why not? I see that the claw is madnessing, so something's going to die in that pile. Okay. So, Taifu is empty-handed once again. Both Victor Axes are gone. And we'll see what I have to deal with. Imperial Pick again. Looks just like 2 normal attacks. Well, that's not normal, but... Pico, you got anything? I'm just gonna toss this. I'll at least cycle it out of my hand. I can guard myself. I am Pico's meat shield. I didn't draw any creatures. I mean, if I can do enough damage with the Hildebear, then just a normal attack will kill him. Barring anime. But, you know, I say that every time. So we're going to slash assault this weapon, and it's going to die, barring anime. And then I'm going to attack, and he's going to die, barring anime. So let's see. We'll come in with the 12 damage. Take away the pick. And the final 3. Alright. We got through backup. The first major hurdle. We did that one without dying. It was on a razor's edge, though. Pico was definitely one hit away from death. Anime was banned. As God intended. God, that was a terrible pack after a terrible match. Oh my god. Backup took so long. I was just trying to keep it alive. It's the reddest thing I've ever seen. Alright, well now that we're through that, that match would be my... right here is where my first backup save will be. But today I'm aiming to make the final backup save, so we're going to keep going. We're going to go fight Salagun again, except we can actually roll well in this version. And then we fight Stella, and then we fight Lucan Knight at Misty Temple. And right before the Lucan Knight fight, we're going to mess with decks again. Unless I open a Dice +1, which is looking pretty slim chances right now, I'm going to have to make a less than 4 cost Endu deck. Because one of the other famously terrible matches on Dark Side is against Inulis, which is a no-shuffle map where the dice are only set to roll 3. And Inulis is really, really good at maps where you can only roll 3/3. Because it only takes her 1 point to play any tech cards. And at this point in the game, any other character, especially a Dark Side character, is going to be very in danger when you're only rolling 3/3. It's very hard to set anything up. Yeah, as you saw, the 3/3, it didn't set up anything for me. It was useless. I'm just going to stay in the back row for now. I need for her to approach, and then I'll spawn a creature next to her. One of the reasons I don't spawn creatures ahead of time is the AI will loosely try to not be where a majority of your creatures are. Like, they're usually not going to step right in the middle of your creature cave. So, if I wait till they're close and then spawn, then everyone is generally together in position. I am going to attack with you, and then swing with you. Yeah. If she didn't have a defense card, the shield could have been dead this turn. But the wolf will likely finish it for me next turn. She's moving around. Oh, slashing. That's painful. That was an unexpected good thing for her to do for herself. And I rolled a 1-1. The worst option. Honestly, with a 1-1, rather than attacking at all, I'm just going to step to the right. I'll at least force her to get closer to me to do anything useful. Just a complete loss of a turn. Alright. Is that another slash? Holy shit. Mercy, please. You have too many mags. This is what you're doing is illegal. Stop it. Alright. Time to go through this again. Alright, we have enough for 3 attacks this time. And nobody's major, so we're gonna... The Ravana's behind there are very annoying. So we're gonna split boost you. Alright, and 1 mag end of the shield is dead. Remember, I need to do at least 4 damage to kill any Ravana because of weak hit block, so even that 1 that the split boost rolled wasn't enough. Thank you, split boost. Thank you for your 1. Alright. You gonna slash me again? No, you're gonna put on your 3rd Ravana. You're gonna kill my Hildebear. Well, that's just too bad. Hopefully I have enough to play the Booma there to keep myself safe. Yeah, I do. Once again, is unfortunate that weak hit block exists. I'm only going to be able to kill 1 of these. I should have baited, though. Okay, she didn't have a defense card. Yeah, if she had a guard, it would have completely blocked that attack. Alright, now she's just making me waste points. I rolled a 2-1. Like, what? This is going poorly. Booma is going to slash. the Ravana. Because Calibolg has Action Disruptor. Alright, well, it was worth a shot. Salagun continues attempting to be as annoying as possible. Oh my god, why? Why did you go so far? The answer is that she's trying to get to my story character, and I've blocked it off from the other angles, but it's still annoying to me. So, I'm completely surrounded myself. I'm going to attack the Saber first as a bait, and then this regular attack card can kill the Ravana for me. Alright. Am I going to roll well once? Oh my god, Divinity Barrier. She's so tanky right now. Well, he's dead. We're going to bait with this claw. And we're going to split boost with the Booma. No, we're not going to split boost. We're just going to use my beat right now. Honestly, this is a much better map, but it's more annoying on the ability side of things. But just the fact that I have the capability to roll higher than 4 means I can have bigger turns. Which is usually enough to push it in my favor. Even if I have the odd bad turn, like that 1-1, and the relatively poor rolls after that. Any turn that I do have good rolls, I can usually make a good impact with it. The biggest annoyance is that Calibolg removes action cards, and a majority of my damage comes from action cards. Alright, so I'm just going to move this wolf back up in the way, since I don't have much else to do right now anyway. With 2 Calibolgs out, honestly, the biggest thing I want right now is just to replay in a Hildebear. Just get rid of the rest of this. Hildebear is the only thing that can do straight up 6 damage without needing an action card. And here comes the running again. I can get lucky on this map, I promise. It's just not happening right now. Hey. Yeah, it gets rid of action cards, but any attack that has already been targeted will still be targeted, so that long arm still provided its purpose. Oh, there's the classic Red Saber. It's back. Yeah, this is going to be like a 5-hour run of this game. But, you know, this is almost worst-case scenario in a bunch of these matches. Which is a good example of how poorly the game can go. which is a good thing for what I was attempting to show. Because I was going with this run to also be the possible submission run to if I wanted to send Dark Side off to a marathon, a charity marathon at some point. And if they can see the game at its worst and see how long it can take, while I explain which backup saves I would have available. Basically, I need to make the case for this game being entertaining. And, I mean, I've done a little bit of that. Alright, so we're going to ignore the small creatures right now, because 2 red sabers are equipped. So, attack with you, slash with you. There's a lot of interesting decisions. I try to vocalize my choices as much as I can. And explain why I'm making these choices. Do I think a character or card with Rampage is the best strategy in a casual playthrough? If you're playing just with any old collection, if you have access to Rampage cards at this point in the game, yes. Namely, the Punch action card is really good, and you can get it pretty early. You might find a Go Booma? Holy shit, knockout? Alright, well, I guess my Hildebear is going to be useless for a little bit. Knockout gives hold, which means it cannot attack or move for 3 turns. Oh, I should have just let it die. Oh my god. It's just crippled over there now. Alright, let's move everyone else into position then. And I'll get 3 attacks off. There. 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 Yeah, the biggest time saves in this game come from the stars aligning to any combination of the enemy's AI acting in your favor, card shuffles, like not giving them items, or giving you Hildebears as fast as possible. Rolling really well. If I roll consistently well, then I will be able to win these fights pretty quickly. But you can't rely on consistently good dice. You can at least rely on not consistently shit dice most of the time, which helps. Alright, my Hildebear is free. And that's all I need to hear. Bait, Hildebear to kill the Saber, split boost on the Booma, swing with her. And she will die this turn. It's just a question if the Booma kills her or if I do. Man, we got 2 dice bonus that match. That took some time. Oh, Booma rolled high. Get him, Booma. Oh my god, the low... I actually forgot about the low rank half guard. But she still killed her through it. Yeah, Rampage is really good against certain decks. I would say it would be poor against that particular deck that we just fought. Why did I pick red? That was the wrong story. I wouldn't use it against that deck because silver Saligun is playing higher costed cards. If you were fighting, let's say, Silpher, she plays a lot of 2 to 3 costed cards. It's better against her, and it's even better against that Innerless 3/3 deck. I'm choosing to play Endu against that match, specifically because he is a free source of Rampage, and I can try to even the playing field by getting rid of all the 1 and 2 cost items she spams out. Yeah, I've considered switching to using Endu for more matches than I am right now. It's something I need to look at to try and take the time down. Rafina does have that chance at a quick kill, though, which is so nice a lot of the time. Yeah, so far, though, I've only gotten 1 quick kill. Really. The first team battle with Taifu wasn't exactly a quick kill. It just happened that Taifu didn't put any items on. But against the first Kyleria map, I would call that a real quick kill. Stella rolls a 1/1. Doesn't do anything but move forward. Nice. I also roll a 1/1. Nice. Justice. I hate it when they spend their whole turn equipping things instead of moving at me. If they could just spend more time moving at me, things would go smoother. Alright, I'm gonna play a second bear. I'm gonna move the second. Yeah, second bear gets to go up. This is a little dangerous, me making this choice, because Stella has 4 move, and she can just kind of book it through the bears and down to me. I'm kind of hoping she doesn't do exactly that. But the possibility is there. She could wind up almost right next to me. Yeah, she booked it. It's fine. It'll only take my other Hildebear 1 point to step within attack range again. Speaking of, my story character is within 1 point of attack range, but we're not gonna move her this turn because I only rolled a 4. Instead, we are going to bait with this Hildebear. And we're going to split boost with this one to kill the freeze gun. Alright, we've killed both of the guns. Doesn't matter what it rolls. It's a minimum of 1. There we go. Get rid of the creatures, keep the other stuff. She's got another combat. She moves, unfortunately. It's kind of a poor spot for her to have moved in, but I'm going to attempt a quick kill just because. If she blocks it, she blocks it. Oh, she can't block it. Alright, quick kill. This is why we go for those. Yeah, so she's going to be down at 3 HP. Which is going to be very easy to finish off now. You can think of the worst case scenario in any of these matches as never breaking through and having to kill item after item after item to finish off a hunter side character. So that every point of HP that they have is technically another... is technically a separate, Oh, I don't have, I hope a reduction is not in order. Alright. Oh, even a guard would have been too annoying. Yeah, I didn't have a one-cost action card or just anything to enable her to attack at that range, so... I was a little lucky, but we finished her off. A rank, earned back like 5 minutes. Alright. Nothing interesting. Yeah, we also haven't really gotten notable card drops on this save either. Alright, so it is time for Lucan Knight. We're going to go update Rafina's deck, and we're also going to make a cheap Endu deck. Oops. Alright. So we're actually going to put Tex back in. We're going to let the Hildebear get swapped around. Yeah, Slash can go. I'm just going to have in a Foy and a Zonde. And I'm going to... Wait. Oh, I took out 2 other cards. That's right. I'm going to have 2 Foys and a Zonde. Yeah, that'll be fine. And we're going to put them near the top, because I'm going to need to use Tex on certain turns against this boss. If I have the opportunity to spend all 6 points, I'll be playing an Evil Shark and a Hildebear. If I don't, I'm just going to be playing a Hildebear, and then another one afterwards. Beat can go a little further down. I want a guard up here. I want the other Foy here-ish. Claw can stick around as a bait user, and I'll put Zonde there. Good enough. I'm gonna slap E-Shark up here instead of this other Booma. Oh, I didn't make the Endo deck. Let me go back in for that. Okay, yeah. If I got a Dice Plus 1, because it's a no shuffle rule deck, I can avoid needing to make this deck entirely and just play Hildebears and basically win. But not so lucky. We're going to go with the same staple 2-cost creatures we've had. We'll try to use Cannabin. Not really. We're not going to try to use Cannabin. She attacks too well. She basically has 9 techs in her 30-card deck. It's going to be very rough to attempt to actually get there. Alright, we're going to have 3 slashes, 2 long arms, 1 attack. Dodges, guards. The dodges, guards, and the reduced don't even really help against this character. I'm going to put in the bind, even, on the off chance that it can help me. Pan arms for the... No, pan arms is a 4-cost. I was going to say, I'd love a guard creature for this, but that map is... Ugh. Death Gunner is not useful. I'll put in 2 more action cards. Here, you can have 1 split boost back. And... I'll put in a 3rd long arm. Unfortunately, this is a no-shuffle, though, so I'm going to have to order it. I should have made a copy of the base deck and order it off of that. That's how I usually do this. I just kind of completely forgot. I just need a distribution even enough that I might see the cards I need when I might need them. I'll keep a Booma, a Savage, and a Claw up near the front. And kind of spread the others out. Bind I'll keep near the middle in case I get the chance to paralyze her. Chances are I won't. Actually, that could be all right if I paralyze all of her items with Endu too, since that is a possibility with his Rampage. Okay. Good enough. Why you gotta kill your Lich now? What happened now? He stole it. I told you it could happen. I love that you, the actual Equinox player, can't make regular Equinox first. Oh no, I just picked the wrong deck. This is fine. I'm actually going to soft reset. I'm just gonna jump in again, pick the right deck, and go in. I didn't need the Endu deck for Misty Temple. I needed it for the deck right after this. The one piece he took after all this time. He knew it was the one you needed. He's been following your movements. Alright, let's do that again, and we'll pick the Rufina deck this time. The one that we just put that foy in. Alright, also time for my favorite song in the game. Lucan Knight has a foreboding jam. Beats my 5 with a 6. Unfortunate. Alright, so he's going to do nothing on his first turn, as bosses do. Since he went first. Yeah, they always let you go first, so you can have the opportunity to get jebaited by the Revolt coming up. Revolt is about to swap my Hildebear's HP into his TP into his AP, and his AP into his HP. Just gonna rotate it. Which can be really bad when you don't plan for it. Or it can be fantastic when you do plan for it. So now that I have 10 TP, I'm going to cast this foy, and it's going to do damage. Ooh, I can just barely cast the foy. I can inch him up by 1. And breathe the fire. Okay. I'm going to keep this hand. It's not that bad. So, because Lucan Knight was white, I needed to hit him with a tech. Now that he is black, I need to hit him with physical attacks. If you use the wrong type of attack on the wrong color, you'll just do 0 damage. So that's why I added techs, so I could do a mix of tech and physical damage. He is so far away from me. I really need to hit him with beat this turn. So I'm going to bait with the Hildebear of all people. Because he only has 2 HP right now, or 2 AP. And the Shark is going to beat. If Rufina was able to get closer, I would have beat with Rufina for an extra 5 damage. What's up, George? What is what thing? This boss? This is the Lucan Knight. He is a knight. And he changes from black to white. I just realized, Wendy, this is Equinox's final form. He is going to round slay and kill both of my creatures. But that's mostly okay. They got 2 good turns out of him. He is on tech side right now, and I cannot tech him this turn. I'm just gonna slap this Savage Wolf down next to me and just sit here. I'm gonna make him come to me. He's gonna be Black Phase next turn. I'm going to throw my attack away. Yeah, sure. I only have 2 regular attacks. Neat, now kill it, please. You got it. Well, I wish he did a regular attack, so I could have thrown some defense cards away and maybe picked up a creature. Oh well, though. I'm gonna bait with the Savage Wolf, use 2 attacks on Rufina, and do 7 damage. Alright, next turn is Tech. He's going to keep the Zonde and hope to draw a creature with TP. I did not. I guess I'll settle for casting it with her to do 3 damage. Not the best. Thread Arrow. This boss swaps between white and black, slows enemies, and I'm just gonna say makes me bleed. What is he? Doesn't that sound familiar to you? Yep, Equinoxo. It only just hit me now during this fight. He has an Earthbind attack that makes me move less. He has HP Haver. He cuts my creature's HP into half. And he starts the match with a Revolt, which is kind of like a Rage when it gives me 10 TP. I feel like I don't know her. Me and Thread Arrow play Warframe a lot, and that is one of the obtainable Warframes. Just kind of has some striking. Oh no, some striking similarities all of a sudden. Well, this 2/1 is only going to let me assault, so I'm going to do that. Unfortunate. Yeah, DE definitely ripped off this boss, this particular boss. They went back many years and found him. Savage Wolf is dead. No matter what. Yeah, Warframe is like the most bang for your buck for a free game I've ever seen. Like, it is extremely free-friendly. I have no techs. I'm just gonna surround this man with creatures. Yeah, it's a really, really good free-to-play game. Good Space Ninja. Moving. Oh my god. Keep the wolf alive. It has relatively fun platforming, some decent gunplay. Melee is actually fun now. It used to have problems. Okay. We're on physical side, and a lot of good things are happening. I'm gonna move you closer. Bait. And we double slashed for the win. Yeah, I played on PC. The game is very well optimized. Like, I'm surprised at how well it runs on Switch. I did download it on Switch just to check it out. It is, as you might expect, weaker on the Switch, but things are. I play on PC because I have a decent PC and it looks absolutely beautiful on my PC. And I get to use whatever controller I want. Well, I say controller. On PC, a lot of people will play keyboard and mouse. That's kind of what the game is designed for, but I like controller. It is unfortunately not cross-play. Sometime down the road, it might be cross-save. When they launched the Switch version, they just had like a one-time copy your save over to Switch if you want offer. And I did that. So an older copy of my save is on my Switch version. Yeah, I very much doubt cross-play would happen eventually, but cross-save is something they've mentioned that they really want to do. So if in the future I could just copy my save onto Switch, then I could play... Oh, I didn't split. Missed the temple. There we go. Alright, Luca Knight's dead. Time to go attempt to not lose to the 3-3 Innerless deck. Yeah, if you consider playing this game on PC, there's a decent chance you could play with us. Myself, Thread Arrow, and someone else regularly get on in the afternoon. Basically, any day I'm not streaming and busy with something else, I'm probably just hanging out in that game. There's you might hear a lot of people complain about the game, but there's a lot of content. There's just like a lot of disconnected content. Progress in one thing doesn't exactly help you progress anywhere else. It's that kind of issue. But there's a lot of fun gameplay, a lot of fun modes. They just launched a cool like teamwork spaceship mode where you actually have to build and fly around a giant spaceship. Alright, so Innerless is very dangerous. She likely has a tech in her hand, and I really don't even want to play a creature right now, but I'm going to play one right in front of me. I really need her to walk forward before I can start any sort of game plan against her. I'm going to get rid of Guard because it's not going to help against her techs. Until she is close, the physical attacks she might do aren't even a concern. Yeah, there's a lot of different things to do in that game. And it's very new player friendly. It's rather easy to get caught up. And do I have a slash? I do have a slash. I think I'm gonna play and swing with this Booma. Yeah, she's going to have defense cards. I need to start getting them out of the way. I'm going to keep the claw and the slash. Thread Arrow just recently got a friend to download the game on PC as well. So there is another newbie in the crowd. Alright, we are going to pop over here. Well, it's going to be very dangerous, but I want to get Endo into attack range. I'm going to slash with Endo. Yeah, I kind of thought that was going to happen, but Endo can attack next turn and hopefully finish off both of those items. I'm going to keep my dodge because she is going to hit me with a tech. I drew another slash. Move and tech.
Defense.
Yep. Ugh, this is this fight. Do so much cheap damage. I'm just really happy that she walked into my creatures and not down. I was expecting a down. So with this, I get to slash with Endu again, and then finish off whatever's left with a wolf. Okay, wolf is going to leave her empty-handed. This is the best case scenario. I have her surrounded. And this is why I made a low-cost Endu deck. Because she spams out items just like this. Exactly like this.
Change.
She did me a huge favor by moving herself there. Wand, Foy, dodge. Yeah, my life is on a timer against her. Just because, even though she was barehanded, she still has, with her tech ability to make techs cheaper, still has enough to slap on a wand and throw a Foy at me for just huge, huge damage. Alright, so I can do 3 attacks this turn. She's probably going to block the first one. So I may as well just try and split boost some extra damage onto it.
Defense.
Yeah. Should have swung with the Booma. Eh, it's fine. Yeah, the wand is dying. Alright, now I'm rolling 4s. Now the game can begin. I'll keep the guard in hopes that she only physical attacks. It's just a hope, though. Just here comes the wand. Oh, barrier. She's not even attacking.
Change. Nice. Send.
Alright, I'm going to spend this turn then playing another wolf. Completely surrounding her, and I'm going to swing with Bind on Endu. And if I'm lucky, I might paralyze the wand and she can't attack me. I was not lucky, but, you know, worth a shot. I'm probably going to throw away everything in hopes for a dodge and attack actions. Alright, well I got the attack actions. Next turn can be Endu beating, and then 2 more creatures attacking.
Defense.
And she can Barda my Booma all she wants. Thanks. I couldn't have defended it. I would have died. she just chose not to kill me. Thanks.
Action.
Well, so here's the dilemma now. I could slash instead, and if she can't block it, then a beating Savage Wolf would go through for 7 damage and kill her. Considering I almost died to that Barda that she misaimed, I'm going to go for it.
Defense.
She used the wall on the wrong item, so it's still going to work out for me. If she had blocked the barrier, she would have lived. Alright. We're in there. Whew. Alright, the super painful maps are almost out of the way. Next we have a dice set to 6-6 map. Again with no shuffle, against Viviana. So we're back to Hildebears. We're going to let Viviana walk up. We're going to spawn some Hildebears around her, and hopefully it'll just be fine. I'll spawn a Hildebear over here. She's gonna have to approach anyway. Let me get my other Hildebear ready. Come on down. I'm gonna keep them as like apart as I can. I don't want them getting hit by the same spell, because she's gonna start getting access to stronger level spells like Gibarda. I feel like might be coming up. Looks like a Gifoy. So he can just take that damage and still be alive. And now we have 6 points to come in and do some damage. I think we're just going to do 3 normal attacks. She probably has a cane guard or something for this, so let me just bait it out first. And then I'll get rid of the Caduceus with 2 dude swings. Oh, she didn't. I know she has one in there somewhere. Oh, but she can block this. That's fine, actually. I'm still going to be able to kill it. Yeah, so that may have been the second attack, but it was the first one that she could have blocked, and that's why she was still able to defend it. She only had a wall in her hand, so the wall can only do physical defense. Alright, so Beach is here. Ice Staff. What else we got? Moving in. Physically attacking one side. Okay. If he's not frozen, then I have a hell of a turn. He's not frozen. So, we're going to bait with a Hildebeer. We're going to kill this thing with a Hildebeer, and then we are going to just do a absolute buttload of damage. Yeah, there's the cane guard. Doesn't matter. You're still done. $17. Yeah, being set to 6/6 is usually in my benefit. Alright, so that was the wrong slime. That was the blue slime, not the red slime. Usually I get even the blue slime way earlier, though. And now it is time for the more grade. Time for the 3-match marathon, where the hunters are going to be running around this circle way too wildly and wasting my time. This match is a 3-map marathon. We're going to start with Endu as our ally. Then probably Kranu? Is Kranu our second ally? Probably. I don't remember. And then finally, we'll do a 1v1 versus Silpher. Again! Oh wait, no, it won't be Silpher. It'll be, Kronz. Silpher is in the second map. Silpher and Relmatos both deciding to dip into some tech play. Okay, these guys are going to take forever putting these items on. I'm going to grab some chapstick. Oh no! My chapstick wasn't in my pocket. Oh, I already put it on my desk. There we go. Endu at least has a pan arms. Good for him. I'm going to put this Cannabin over here near the Soul Eater. I'm going to wish I had more things as I move things around. There's a Hildebeer. Alright, so this map is a giant circle. 2 tiles wide all around. You just walked right around my Cannabin. How disrespectful. Endu's loading up the guard creatures. Could be a little risky putting Hildebear here, but we can go for it. I'm going to put Claw here. I just wanted to make sure that their AI didn't think that they had a direct path to us right now. On this map especially, the AI will just change their mind constantly about who they're trying to attack. And run back and forth. Especially if there's an open path that they think eventually they can walk through. Even if it's like all the way around the map, they will start booking it to that path. Gluestar just put on a second Soul Eater, so my way of killing him might actually just be to stall him out. If my buddy has a protection... Yeah, so I'm actually going to kill one of the Soul Eaters, never mind. Death Companion triggered again since he lived with 2 or less HP. I could slash with the claw. Or I could... I'm going to try and kill one of his items. Sure. The more you protect him, the less I have to. Get protected when I care. Okay, he's coming in. It looks like he's madnessing. He just returned my card to my hand. I'll dodge it, and I might get instant death anyway. Alright, got lucky. Okay. Only rolled 3-3 again. I'm gonna trap Endu and kill the Soul Eater. I said Endu. I'm gonna trap Gluestar and kill the Soul Eater. I have way too many action cards for what my current situation is. Alright, there we go. If the Claw dies, I can play a second Hildebear, or instead I can play another smaller creature around Gluestar. Oh, another notable thing about these matches specifically is that Defeat Team is on. So even if I do kill Gluestar first over here, I'm going to need to... Wow, thanks. I'm going to need to kill the other hunter as well. On the plus side, my ally can die and it doesn't matter. But Endu over here has not been doing anything. He's just been inching his guard creatures closer. Alright, so Claw's dead. The Boomas are here. The Bully Arms are present. And Guy Killed is absolutely wrecked. Guy Killed. Glue Star. I don't have my names right today.
Defense.
Called this man just about every wrong name in the sun. Called him Endu and Guy Killed. Do I know who I am? Not anymore. I think I'm Claw. Alright, one down. One more to deal with. Look, I'm just I'm spouting names at this point. These are terms I use in this game. There are people with weapons and stuff. I was Claw the whole time. Do you see the amount of items on this man? He is so stacked. His rings are almost higher than his head. Man has 6 items on right now. If I had Rampage, oh boy. Endu! Endu, I was gonna stand there and long arm. Oh my god, if Endu long arms, I'm going to love him. If he does not... Alright, does not look like he did anything.
Defense.
He had such a chance. Such a chance to be the champion. I would use Endu in this map for his Rampage if he wasn't forced to be a teammate and therefore was uneligible for me to choose. Alright, he's loading back up. Endu's creatures have almost made an entire revolution around the map. He seems to be taking his time making these decisions about these attacks, too. I believe he's attacking 5 times. This is going to be crazy. I'm just going to let this one happen. First. He actually gave some massive AP to the Hildebears. Oh, well, he's about to take it back away. He has so many more attacks happening. Here, I'm going to guard the second one, because that should be the last thing hitting him. And then he's walking again. He's making my Hildebear so confused. His Harrison's going to his hand. Alright, well that was a weird turn. He did a lot of things and kind of just killed his own frying pans. Man, I really wish Endu would move. Why are you just standing there? I can't attack as much now.
Defense.
He's standing right on the corner. Not even doing anything. Alright, well, the first of 3 matches are done. finished. Rank does not matter. I'm not opening cards here. It's just going to give me a screen and then continue. And casually, it's kind of awful because the game does not warn you that this is a marathon. The game just is going into this loading screen. You're thinking, hey, wait, where's my pack? And you load back into the match, and it's a different match. It's like, what? I gotta fight more people? Which is kind of a rude surprise if you were not prepared for it. Oh, Rise is my partner. That's right. Rise is very suicidal as an AI at all times. She's probably going to charge right up there, play like 1 or 2 guard creatures, and get killed. I'm going to play my Hildebear, attempt to chase after Relmatos, and he's probably going to run the wrong way and make me spend a bunch of points. This is just my guess. Arundel, Club, Double Saber, Soul Barrier. Well, they're very well equipped. Hildebear is going to start swinging. I guess I'll play another Hildebear. Sure, why not? I'm going to play this one on the other side, though.
Action. Defense.
Because I don't know where Silver's going to go. And at the very least, I can kind of pincer him in. I'll keep both of these defense cards. Relmatos is running. Okay, this was the downside. I split my forces, and now they're both just booking it to the left. You can give chase. You can slow down Relmatos. I'm going to keep my character still for now. I'm going to go ahead and throw my beat out now. Yeah, because the beat will let me kill this through a protection. Exactly what I was planning. What's up, Kayak? Fixed more field-wide issues. What fixed tonight? Yeah, Silver is continuing to run this way as well. Oh, they got rid of the EXP problem. Alright. No progress on the double damage, I guess. I'm actually going to long arm with this guy to try and kill the double saber. Nice. Oh, so aerial status was wrong. It was incorrect. As it was written on the server. Oh, Ramatos is running back now.
Change dice. Set. Move.
Alright, you're gonna move closer. You're already close. You could technically be closer, but I don't want you to be. I'm just gonna move right behind this pan arms. This is fine. Go ahead and slash with both these guys. That's overkill. We'll just kill it normally. I'll hold on to the slash. Well, this isn't going too bad. My Helderbears are both still alive. And I'm keeping their items down well enough for now. Tech field? Get out of here. I don't want to see your tech field. I really hope this pan arms moves. Never mind. I only rolled a 3-1. I don't want the pan arms to move. Alright, you're gonna attack over there. You're gonna attack over here.
Defense.
Heavy attack. That's too bad he didn't kill it. Oh, he did kill it. Is that? Yeah. Cool. Direct attack. Nice. Well, I did not think I was going to get through on Relmatos this turn, but I got lucky. Ooh, Demonic Fork. I'm not getting through on Relmatos again for a good minute. Alright, Silpher is fast approaching me. Ooh, nice. Nice time to move that pan arms. Interesting. Well, Immortality is guaranteed to waste my time, but it is going to let me deal a ton of damage to this fork without me having to worry about unblocking Silpher for now. On the downside, my Hildebears are probably going to end up dead from this, because they're going to get to attack with these dead items. Immortality is... oh my god, that's a second fork.
Defense.
Doesn't even matter if I use a defense card or not. They're gonna wind up at 0 HP. After all this is done.
Change dice.
1-1. Really? On this turn, I have to roll a 1/1.
Action.
Well, I only have one act to do. Oh, get him, Rise. Get him with the Pierce. Alright, so Saber's equipment is all pseudo-dead. Whenever immortality falls off.
Draw.
So I'm going to hold on to a Booma.
Change.
And I have other stuff. It'd be awesome if this was the last turn for immortality. Effective for turns 1. Okay. So at the start of my turn, these items are going to fall off. She put another item on. Yeah, you go ahead and protect it, the dead Hildebeer.
Change. Dice.
Okay. Yeah.
Send.
This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to play a Booma. Right here. It's going to hopefully kill the double saber. And I'm going to slash with my girl.
Defense.
Oh, look at Rise doing damage. Alright. We're damaging Silver. I think she's going to be at 1. She's going to be at 2. Alright, so Silver is very in check. Relmatos is kind of in check. Oh, I just now realized Relmatos is trapped in the other corner. I was wondering what was happening over there, but I wasn't paying attention because immortality was making me uninterested. Rise is actually, like, doing her job. Well, both of the hunters were trapped in opposite corners.
Change. Dice. Send.
Okay. We're gonna go help out. Oh, never mind. I was gonna go help out and fight Relmatos, but I can't do that now. That's bad. We are going to assault. And we are going to slash.
Defense.
One fork is dead. That's nice. Ah, that's too bad. Well, we're killing her item. She's going to have 1 HP now.
Change.
Well, it's a divinity barrier. It's going to be the last thing I need to kill on her.
Change. Dice. Send.
Okay. I can help fight Romatos.
Action. Defense.
Never mind. I wasted points. Romatos is not being swung at by Hildebeer. Oh my god. Well, if he can't block all these 1 damage hits from Rise, he's gonna die to her. And that's not even really Rise being helpful. That's just Romatos being incompetent. Alright. The shield is halfway dead. Silpher has an effective 3 HP left.
Change.
They're both trying to stall as much as they can.
Defense.
Silpher is using a sword attack with her fist. As you do. One guard creature is down. One is being damaged.
Change. Dice. Set.
Alright, I'm sending a Savage Wolf over here to help with these Romatos problems. He's running away again. Fantastic. I don't really have anything for you to use anyway. Boom is going to walk up.
Action.
We're going to attack. Boom is going to kill it. You're going to bait over here. And Hildebeer is going to swing.
Defense.
Alright, all the plans are made. It looks like one fork is going to die too since the Panarm's shot. Silpher should be dead, barring anime. Okay. And now these two are going to break a fork. And then Romatos only has one more fork. Until he is dead. Oh, they're not breaking it. Oh, they would have had to attack in the opposite order for it to break. Alright, here's my offense. Here's the damage. Dice Fever. Alright, guess I'm rolling a 5 next turn.
Change. Dice. Set.
I would have rolled a 1-1. That's fun to know.
Action.
Alright, let's try to finish off this fork. And try and destroy the other one.
Defense.
Oh my god, Rise with the heavy attack. Never mind, Rise, you can have it. I could have killed the forks, but you did work for once. A+. Okay. Second match down. Third match is here. 1v1 against Kronz. Kronz is going to have some cool cards, including Baron's Launcher. That thing's awesome. He will not let me get past this exclamation point, or these other two. I'm going to play this Hildebear. I'm going to play him here, so the AI doesn't think he's too in the way and starts going the other direction. I actually want to run my character left next turn, just to bait him over there. Oh, well, there's Baron's launcher. It's already here. It is a really good shot. Like, a really good shot. Alright, I'm not going to play any other creatures. I'm going to hope to get another... Hildebear. And then I'm just going to stack up the best of the best action cards in the deck while I wait for him to approach. Alright, now he has an Inferno Bazooka. He has two 8 HP launchers. Alright. So you're gonna go here. I'm going to just move him into the... This is awkward because he has a Baron's launcher. And I guess he can attack this either way, so I'm just gonna let it happen. I'll keep the long arm, pass everything else. I only have 2 dodges. One of my Hildebears might be dead. Already, I know. But the Baron's launcher, okay, he used them in a bad order. The Inferno Bazooka is an HP having item, which also means it has limited action. So it does not... you cannot defend against it. So if he used it first, he would have cut his HP from 10 down to 5, which would have made living from the Baron's launcher a lot harder. Okay. So I didn't roll great, but it's enough to walk one bear up, long arm with the first bear, with the back bear, to attack the Inferno Bazooka, and then beat the Baron's launcher back to his hand. Baron's launcher not only has great stats, but it guarantees goes back to your hand when it dies. So if he rolls a 5 or higher, he's going to play it again. Alright, what you got? Yep, he rolled a 6. Which also means he gets to attack with it again. Which I cannot stop from killing him, so that bear is dead. If I had a guard, it would have been fine, but I did not. Okay, we're going to play a claw to bait with. Going to foy, and it's not quite going to be dead. Oh, actually, that's annoying. Because he technically defended it but didn't block anything, this is going to trigger Death Companion, and it's going to kill my Hildebear. Well, that's why it's good. I'll keep my slash and reduce. Drew another Hildebear, at least. Alright, he only rolled high enough to play another Inferno Bazooka and waste his time. This is enough for one Hildebeer and a swing. So because he has two rather non-threatening items on, I'm just going to attack the one that is full HP. Like, yeah, you can't block it, but it also, like, takes forever to actually kill an item with it. I'll just keep the slash. If he turns around to kill the claw, that's his smart move. Alright, he's doing that.
Defense.
Then he's also taking 5 HP off the bear. Looks like I have my other Hildebeer back. 4 is not a ton, so I'm not going to play it yet. I'm going to walk behind my Hildebeer so I can get 2 attacks.
Defense.
Oh, he's not blocking it. Okay. And this one can be down to 2 HP. Well, bronze is back. Unfortunately.
Change. Dice. Set.
Alright. Going to attack with my weak bear first in case he doesn't block. It'll trigger Death Companion. And then I'll attack it again. Okay, so yeah, Death Companion is not being triggered, but I am killing the Bronze Launcher again. And I'm back to having 2 bears. And I have a dice bonus. So we could be inching in on a kill. Oh, he needs to stop rolling so high. He has another 6 to play this Bronze Launcher again.
Defense.
Block the Hildebeer. I can take the hit.
Dice.
Well, I can get 3 attacks this turn in at minimum.
Set.
With that roll, I can move some things around. And have 3 attacks in this fashion.
Action.
So that I'm closer to another thing. Alright, he could be empty-handed this turn. Yep, he will be. Yeah, so I'm dancing around Death Companion the best I can. Because I would prefer it not to trigger.
Draw.
Keep all that.
Change.
And what do you do? Calidbolg. Alright, yeah, he only rolled a 4.
Defense.
Block that. So there's a chance he's dead this turn. There's a good chance he's dead this turn.
Set.
Alright. He's guaranteed dead this turn.
Action.
Because we're going to attack the Calibolg. If he blocks it, we're going to slash with the Hildebeer, which would kill him if he didn't. And even if that somehow doesn't kill him, we're beating with Rafina. Alright. We have reached critical mass. He is dead. And Morg is finally done. We have 6 more battles until the end of the game. We got a Nano Dragon. Okay. The downside to every map we have left is that most of them are team maps. The one that isn't a team map, that isn't also a boss fight, is really easy. But that's not what we're going to have to deal with here. We're going to have to deal with the most massive map. Yeah, it's big pluses, and it's fine. I'm really only doing this to make a backup save. It's also a good example of how the game doesn't go perfectly all the time. Even when things go poorly. I've only lost 1 match and had to restart it. That's where a large majority of the time loss came from. And the second match of the entire game spent like 10 extra minutes just because Kronz had like run all the way backwards to the start of the map and just equipped a bunch of crap. And killed my Hildebeer. So in this map, both Relmatos and the other guy, Orland, spam a bunch of low-cost swords. So Endu himself is coming in. And the Rio next to me has no idea how to play that deck. So she's just going to do whatever she does. Okay, that's a 1-1. I'm just gonna stay put.
Action.
I'd love to see if... Good place for that Alrappy. Love to see if Relmatos comes down to see me. I'll keep a slash. I have a Booma and a Claw. Well, Relmatos is foying me. I'm gonna wait to see if there's a protection to help me out. There probably isn't. Yeah, Rio is not playing anything.
Dice.
Alright. Decent roll. I'm gonna see where the Rappy moves. You know what? That's awesome. I'm gonna move right here. I'm gonna let the Rappy bait for me, and then I'm going to slash.
Defense.
Oh my god. That is great. I am emptying Relmatos right now. I'm killing everything he has. And this is why we brought Endu. I'm gonna keep the Claw and the Booma and the Dodge.
Change.
Relmatos rolled a 6. We'll see what he does with it. He plays a Dice Fever for me, it looks like. He plays... Oh my god, he has no items. This is great. Could be time for a quick kill, since he is just trying to punch me. I'm hoping I roll high enough to play a creature, bait with Endu, and then split with the Booma. Alright. Oh, well, it's a Dice Fever. Duh. Duh. Alright.
Action.
Let's do this.
Defense.
If split attack rolls super high, I'm probably gold split at this now. On this super late run. I'll need to roll a 5 or a 6 to get the kill. Oh yeah, Dice Fever is here. It's gonna roll a 5. What am I worried about? Amazing. We got a red slicer. It's not a red slime. Yeah, that was a gold split that I definitely believe. Skip that cutscene. I bet someone's skimming all my packs and making sure I don't get one. They opened up my card packs of the supplier and taped them back together after they took the red slimes out. Alright, flow of power. That's a poor hand. Threw away just some wolves and got nothing. I mean, we are 40 minutes behind, so it's time to just go for it and run straight up into their faces. I can hope I draw something.
Dice. Set.
Monist.
Action.
If that was a 6, I could have used a 4. Ooh, there's some Hildebears.
Change.
Trash 1. I think it's like you discard a random card or something.
Defense.
Oh no. She has 2 guns. If Endu is selectable on this round, there's an argument to choose him again.
Set.
Okay. It's probably best if I bring my friend here.
Action.
And then just attack.
Defense. Change.
So many guns, Stella. So many guns. I'm being shot like 4 times for small amounts of damage. Okay, not so small amounts of damage. That gun AP count is actually kind of big now.
Change. Dice.
That's a bad roll. You know, this is bad. This is real bad. I shouldn't have moved there. I was afraid of moving 2 steps back because they flashed a trap at me.
Action.
Baname is the best emote. I mean, one of these days it'll actually be an emote for everyone to choose. The equity will come. Just has to get bumped out of its, like, 3rd-tier subscription slot or whatever it is. I use it for all of my gaming frustrations. So many guns! Oh, she is not going where I thought she would. Gold Rush. I don't even know what that does. I think that's like extra experience. Yeah. Multiplies everyone's experience. Alright, you got anything for me? Laura. She does not. Are you home tonight? It's already 9:30. Oh, you're just running late. All right. That like weird edition fits right in. Yeah, you did. You made him think. You proved that he could. Alright, time for 3 attacks against our friend. She has not put on anything except for 2 handguns. So if I'm lucky, I can punch her. I was not lucky. Claw is likely going to die, but so I'm going to keep a Hilda-Bear around. Look to see if it's possible. Oh, I didn't even mention that. There's a limit of 8 points that you can summon on the field at any point in time. Once that 8 cost limit is reached, things on your field need to be destroyed before you can summon more. That's Musashi. All these HP change cutscenes are just wasting time. Alright, well now she's really equipping up. Giant garden, eh? I have the feeling my Hildemare is dead.
Defense.
Oh nope, they were really, really trying to kill that Monist.
Nice. Send it.
Alright.
Action.
Gotta spend all of my time now just trying to kill this divinity barrier. Oh, I guess I didn't have to. I guess I'll be killing the mech gun behind it then. Since my Hildebare is damaged, he's not getting major half guarded. On the plus side. There we go. Alright, I can only hope that she doesn't put on too much more armor, and that the Stella Pain train doesn't come and murder my Hildebare. It probably will, though. Oh, she rolled a 1-1! Perfect! Alright, my Hildebare is dead. I'm not going to bother guarding it. There's one shot from Stella coming at my face, which I need to save. Right there. Yeah, Stella had more shots going at the Hildebare too. It was definitely dead. And now I'm going to beat as hard as I can beat.
Action. Defense.
Please ban all the anime. That's all I can ask. Nice. Well, that took forever. And it really makes me want to look and see if Endo is capable of being chosen on that map. They're both just spammy things. And you saw the map before where Endo was the solution. Took care of like 5 items at once. Alright, the next map is going to be the fastest map we have left. I'm going to use Rise again, and it's going to be against Salagun again. But the map is put together in such a way where I'm going to have the opportunity to just hammer in on Salagun in a locked position. She's going to take a warp into a corner, and I'm going to capitalize on it. This is not a no-shuffle deck, but I am going to make sure her deck has the best I can offer it for this real fast. Get rid of the Savage Wolves. Third Hildebare. Ghoul Shark. Good enough. You can have a Pan Arms just in case. Don't need the Canadyne. Yes on the slash. Yes on those. Alright. Good enough. I'm going to remove the text out of this. In here, I can take the Ghoul Shark in here too. It's a lot of power. Alright, let's go Cheese Salagun, if we're lucky. Then we will do a team battle against Gluestar and Stella. Then it's time for the 1v2 and the final boss. Now, my save is going to stop right after the 1v2, but I am going to go ahead and play it through, kill Castor at the end, just because. And I'll just soft reset out right before the credits, just to keep my save progress. Alright, so Salagun will always walk right and take that warp. This hand is perfect. That warp is going to leave her immobile in front of me, and I'm just going to block her off. Perfect, perfect. Now, like, she can come over here and get one attack off. I am going to be very mean to Salad Gun. Oh, look at her. She's got the full DB's combo out. So, the fact that she uses DB Shield in this deck is the reason I definitely want to cheese it. I'm just going to stand right here. She's going to hit me once, and it's going to hurt. But I'm going to hopefully be fine. Yeah, I have a guard at least. Her DB shield that she has on has a whopping 17 HP. Heavy slash. Yeah, I'm gonna guard myself. I don't exactly need the other Hildebear. Fast. Bit. Alright, that 5 is going to be enough to pay for this. We're going to attack the shield as a bait. It's just a bait. And we're going to double slash. Yeah, give it half defense. She was blocking with 8 power. And let me just do a good chunk. I'm going to keep the guard and the split. I was really hoping to get the draw the beat by now. Been through over half the deck. Unfortunately, I only have split boosts. I might have to spawn the Booma and then shuffle. Oh, I got a slash. That helps a little bit. I'm not going to spawn the Booma. I have another guard. we can survive,
Action.
hopefully. Bait / split.
Defense.
Give me that good roll. He didn't give me the good roll. Alright, but
Draw.
it's pretty much just one more attack. Alright, there's beat. Alright, so as long as I stay alive this turn, she'll die next turn to me piercing with beat. I only need to roll a minimum of 3 for that. Unfortunately, she rolled very high. Please don't. Oh my.
Defense.
Well, I'm alive. My Hildebear is... I think we're both alive. Yeah. 1 HP is enough HP. Alright, just let me roll a 3 and it's all good. Alright. Perfect.
Action.
Hildebear bait. Piercing beat.
Defense.
Look at that, I even broke the shield. For no reason. The cheese works. We take that E and we just appreciate it. Three maps left. This next map can be a little dicey as well. Toward Truth 1. This game is such a tough critic. Yeah, it ranks you based on how much you completely owned the enemy or not. Was it a tough battle? Tough shit. Take your E rank. Get 5 cards. You need to like absolutely demolish them to get the max, I think, 9 cards. Alright. Toward Truth 1, we are using Rufina. And we are hoping it goes well. Yeah, sure.
Start. Dice.
Slightly better hand. Alright, Rio. What do we got? Hey, Rio's playing Poly Slimes. I don't have any, but she does. I'll take it.
Move. Action. Draw.
Get him, Rio.
Change.
Both playing some shields.
Change. Dice. Set.
I think I want to throw a claw right next to him.
Action.
I'm gonna bait, and then I'm gonna just swing with Rufina. Maybe not even a bait. Yeah, still. It's too bad. If only I can communicate with my teammate. Would have told her to attack after the fact. I could have gone through. Elderbear is not feasible here. Neither is this shark.
Change.
This map with 4 players is very crowded, so I don't really want to spawn a 4 cost and try to walk it up. It's what makes it really rough.
Defense.
That's fine. Just kill it. Oh no, my partner's gonna block it. Alright, whatever. I was gonna trigger Death Companion. It would be nice if Dark Falls was a card. I don't think Dark Falls would fit in on the board. If he was like a secret boss or something, that'd be awesome. But like, it's a bit of a stretch to even get the Sinnohs to fit in one spot. Actually, have you seen a Baron's? Have you seen a Baron's on the field? It's just like hulking, like bleeding out of its spot. Gluestar doesn't have a shield. Gluestar is going to die. Okay.
Defense.
I'll take it. This guy might die to a claw. I have anime proof right now. Oh wait, he's not going to die to this claw. Oh no. He's at 1 HP. Alright, cool. Well, that was harmless. That never goes that well. The first and the last team battles in this run were amazing. Everything in the middle was terrible. I'm not even looking at blue pack anymore. MC Guard. Have I seen in episode 2 Sinnoh? They are massive. They are hulking beasts. When you play Sinnoh Red on the field in this game, he is just... He towers over everyone else already. Like, it honestly looks like he's too big. Alright, two more matches. Toward Truth 2. The 1v2 versus Silpher and Krons at the same time. And Castor, the final battle. I'm going to go to the deck counter. I'm going to upgrade this deck slightly. I know I have a second Ghoul Shark, and I'll probably appreciate him. I'm just going to do some file cleanup. This is only for what I thought I was still on delete. This is only for my safety save here. I'm not using Rise. Not using you. And I'm copying you for a reason. Okay. Hildebear, yes. Ghoul Shark, yes. Cannabin, yes. Those other things, yeah. I'm the only machine I'm using wants to die, so I don't want the other thing. Alright, so I'll just take out a Evil Shark. And as for this deck, it is going to be very creature-light for the final boss. The final boss does not care what creatures you have. It will kill them. They're still useful for baiting purposes, so I'm still going to have a few, but the strategy here is very much just have at it. I thought they were invisible. You're right. Alright. Time for this 1v2. This match has the potential to go so wrong, but I almost always manage to beat it. They are big boys when they're played on the field. I can promise you that. Especially.
Start dice.
Alright, cool. I get to go first even.
Set.
Let me start strong.
Action.
This is all rather reasonable. I'm gonna keep it all.
Change.
Summon Dayrole. He's gonna squid around the outside of the board. Alright, Krons, calm down. You just got here.
Dice. Set.
Alright, so considering my role, I'm going to leave Silpher with some buddies over there. Throw a Booma here, walk him up,
Action.
and attack with the Claw to maybe kill a Dagger, and almost kill this Justy. Zele has haste, so he can move for free, warp, so he can move anywhere, and he also had action ×2, which was Silpher's doubling attack values ability. He was super good. The way they nerfed him was they removed the red connector on the right, and probably another one. He only has yellow and blue connectors on the right, so it's actually very hard to use action ×2 now. I say now, either on plus or the other thing is what I meant. On plus or online.
Change. Dice. Set.
2/2 is really bad, but I'm actually going to walk the Hildebeer left. Because I don't want him in a direct line with
Defense.
Silpher. Silpher can attack twice at once. With her 2 daggers right now. And I would just prefer not to have that happen.
Change.
I have a plus mod for this game. I did a lot of stuff. Oh, they played muscular. That is dangerous. You paralyzed my Booma. How dare you? But yeah, I added a lot of stuff. Notably, I unlocked about 100 cards that were already on the disc, but you couldn't use. Booma is going to body block right there. Hildebeer should be able to block anything except for Sword Guard, and then I'll kill the other one.
Defense.
Alright. Why is he doing 7? Did they play 2 musculars? No, they only played 1. Why was he doing 7 damage?
Change.
Oh, 7 is right. Yeah, 7 is only +1. Gotcha. Whatever. It's really fun with the mod on. Okay, well, Boom is dead. Being able to open any card on just starting at the first match, any of the like 500, 600 cards in the game, it makes growing a collection really fast and really fun. You get to see all these cards you've just never known about. Alright, Ghoul Shark. Let's go, buddy. Alright, so Ghoul is going to bait on the mag. He's going to kill the item, and maybe I'll get through. Or I'm killing the mag. Ah, too bad. I'm killing the mag. Thankfully, Kronz only has the ability to shoot 1 time right now with only with no action cards. So he's severely not a threat unless he paralyzes my items. Silpher is always the real threat. So right now I get to just focus her down. Yeah, look at her putting on 2 more daggers.
Defense.
Stab. Though truly, I don't know why Kronz isn't trying to shoot me right now. He's got plenty of space.
Set.
Okay. Okay. We're going to use all these extra points we have.
Action.
Walk around a little bit. You're going to bait. You know, this should be fine. There's a small chance I'll be able to get like a little bit of damage through. Yeah. This is the only order I could have done this with as well. Yo, thanks for the host, Felix. Appreciate that. At the end of this speedrun-ish time. Alright, we've almost killed Silver, which means the hard part of this will have already been gone. This is the second to last map in the story. Speedrun adjacent, man. That's the best kind of adjacent. Fast-ish. Alright. We have a bait. We have... Yeah, she's dead. Well, barring anime, you know. The best caveat. Alright, that'll kill the item, and this will hopefully kill her. And then we can just turn our attention to Kronz. And take him down pretty easily. There we go. The anime defense has not struck once this entire match. It's been nice not having to worry about it. I mean, ignore the 50 minutes I lost. Ignore that part. But, you know. It was nice that Kronz didn't pop in and say something about his burning finger. Alright, we're gonna move with a Hildebear over. Probably spawn a Booma. Attack a whole lot. Alright, so... that's probably going to guarantee a shield kill. So then these two can work together for a gun kill, and then we can beat with the Booma. And he'll be very close to dead. I have an embarrassingly high +3 dice bonus right now. You never get that. You never get that high. Oh, never mind. We're back down to 2. False alarm. I threw some experience away. It's fine. Alright, he's only got 3 HP left. He's definitely dying this turn. He didn't even put anything on. Gun attack with that hand. I mean, I know you work out, but you can't fool me with that gun attack. Oh, here we go. Just for you, Verilix. We rolling big. Look at these guns. Yep. I appreciate you appreciating that split boost. Especially after split boost fucked me over that one that one round. The only match I've lost. Hey, we just opened a split boost. Okay, last battle. The save is complete, but we're gonna go beat up Castor just because. So far, you guys are used to me being in arcs and like playing creatures and trying to like outmaneuver my opponent, not get too close. That all ends here. Castor is specifically designed to anti-fun arcs, so you win by just not playing like an arcs. I'm just gonna go in, walk up to her face, and hit her a bunch of times. And if it goes well, I'm gonna do more damage than she does. The S&S rank is for split boost. You're right. It is the only S rank I've gotten so far. Clearly it was only because of split boost's contribution. Kaboom! Enjoy some Idola for as long as it lasts.
Start. Change. Nice.
Well, she gave me a fever, so
Set.
suppose we're coming up.
Action.
Ah!
Defense.
Just run in with a split boost. As Verilix intended.
Draw.
Alright, I'm going to keep a guard and a Rag Rappy. Never mind, I didn't need the Rag Rappy. I have plenty Rappies.
Change.
We have mucho Rappy.
Defense.
Get out of here. Alright, so we're going to play some of these stupid little creatures to distract her. She'll get them with her murder rays. But they might help. They might help a little bit. How do I want to play this right now? I think I'm just going to move it up. And not going to bother swinging because she's stacked with defense cards. I'm just going to throw away all these dudes. Maybe I'll use him to bait next turn. Yeah, I have an assault now. And I still have a guard, which is good. Alright, she's moving to me.
Defense.
Guard the Death Ray.
Change. Nice. Set.
I'm gonna do this. Use him later. I'm gonna long arm the Booma. Debate, and then Assault with Rufino.
Defense.
Alright, I only have a reduce this turn.
Change.
Alright, we have good action cards next turn. Alright, she's moving around. Something's happening.
Defense.
Cross Slay. Okay, is Dice Fever still here? It is.
Set.
I suppose we'll slash with the Booma. And then attack Assault. Nah, I'll, the slash will get doubled in Rufina's hands anyway.
Defense.
May as well do 2 swings of 7. And it worked out, because she didn't have a defense guard. Alright, we're getting there. I'm going to keep just an Assault. Alright, I only have a Dodge. But it's better than nothing.
Change. Defense.
He's cross-slaying again. Alright, I have no creatures for next turn. I'm just gonna go straight for 17 damage and see if he blocks any of it. Oh, actually I do have a Shark, but
Dice.
I can't do that thing I just said if I play the Shark.
Set.
Or I can't do anything at all because I rolled 1-1. Oh no. It wore off at the worst time.
Defense.
I was so used to the Dice Fever being there. Come back. Alright, I'm gonna toss all that. Alright, I have a dodge. I am alive.
Change. Defense.
I would hope I could live one more turn off of this dodge. But it's a little dicey. I'm just going to throw all of my action cards together and watch them probably get hit with a reduce.
Defense.
Yeah, we got nothing. That's the last hit. Castor is defeated by the power of a lot of damage. Rank D, you could have done better. Alright, well that was almost 5 hours. Experience plus 70. Yeah, that's how much it gives you. Alright. Well, that was fun. And now I have an example video of the game running quite poorly, honestly. I'm an hour behind my record. Clearly I was grinding it out during the record, but... I mean, if I had to guess, I would put an estimate for this is, let's say like 4:30, if I were to try and take this to a marathon. Because I would have saves ready. I would... No, I went in cold today. I haven't played Dark Side in a long time, but... Yeah. Between 4 and 4:30 was my guess in the beginning, and a lot went wrong, so I went a little over. That's pretty much fine. Alright, so soft reset. And that file is going to stay right where it is. Well, that was fun, guys. I'm glad to have run Dark Side again for everyone. And I'll be heading off for the day. I'll see you all later.